Hello, everyone. Just realized I left my mic open so you can hear me coughing and hacking. But good evening, good evening. Tonight we're going to be continuing the eternal last trial of the great Ace Attorney. Let's check in with the kitties before we get too much further, though. We have Ember top center. We have Sammy on my lap, soaking all of my my attention. Then we have we got a triple bottom center. We have Mason, Sherbet, and Sky. Clearly there is something visible down there. Let's zoom in. Yeah, I normally mute the mic if I'm gonna cough. Kind of like that. There's definitely something there. That's essentially a window well there. There are often chipmunks in the lake that hang out up on the top lip of it. Every now and then, something will jump down in the well, and that's usually when one of them leaps at the window. But yeah, great Ace Attorney tonight. We'll see how this goes. Like I mentioned in the announcements, I like the game. I really do. There are plenty of moments in this last trial where they're clearly stretching credulity. As in, the prosecution is presenting really, really shaky evidence, but it's being taken at, like, purely at face value. Like, oh, okay, that must be true. When it definitely shouldn't be. It was compounded that much further when they're like, oh, well, defense, you can't say that. That's just conjecture. It's like, now, wait now. Are we saying that conjecture isn't allowed? Because I was led to believe otherwise. He's really leaning into these back scratches. Usually if they're locked on like that, it's a chipmunk. There is a particularly brave chipmunk. It has learned that none of the cats that it can see through windows can get it. So it kind of rules the roost up there. Hey there. Oh, we don't really get squirrels around here. No squirrels. Switch over here. Well, Sky got bored. That, activate that. Push the buttons. But yeah, welcome. That's right, that's right. Okay, let's remember where we were. So, this is Judge Chigoku, who is the judge in the very first games of this, well, in the first trials of each of the two games over in Japan. He is also one of the three students that was involved in the trial 10 years ago associated with the murder, the professor murders. Made the mistake of drinking something sugary, so my throat is all clogged up. But he was involved in the trial surrounding the professor murders, and became very angry during the sentencing portion. He got up there and was trying to plead that something about Genshin Asogi. And apparently he broke the witness stand during it. Hey there! Joining us for more Ace Attorney, I see. He's on the stand now and seems to be he's acting really cagey. We know that he was in his cabin we know that he very well could have been in his cabin when the victim, Tobias Gregson, was there. That's right. I want to thank you for that art. It looks very cute. Reposted that as soon as you linked it. Retweeted, re-exed, whatever it's called now. Oh, what else? So we know he was potentially in the room, or could have been in the room, when Gregson was there. We know that there is evidence of a bullet hole. No bullet was found, though. He called that out. Oh, did you find a bullet? So we don't have. It's totally a bullet hole, but we don't have proof that it was a bullet hole. We also know that Gregson's metal suitcase has a big gouge in it that had the chipped tip of Kazuma's sword in it. Kazuma asserts that he went there with Gregson, but that he turned back and wasn't there in the room when Gregson presumably met with Judge Jigoku. So that's another one, how Kazuma is asserting that that the judge is asserting, well, there was no bullet found, and it was a fundamental part of the accusation against Von Zieks that a bullet hole was found at the scene of the crime. That he was shot at the scene of the crime, despite there being no bullet holes or bullets at the scene of the crime. And that the assertion was that the shot was at an upward trajectory that, given the angle, would have required him to fire from the floor. And that additionally, there was no bullet hole behind those candles either, or bullet found in the candle. But that's fine. That's fine as long as it's not us asserting it. But we'll see. We'll see. So this is him declaring what was going on in the cabin. Now, he lied about the circumstances. Like, we found him in that cabin, hiding in that cabin. And we could see that he was there until recently. He asserted that he couldn't have been in the room when Gregson was there. We showed that he very much could have been. Hey there, welcome. Sorry, folks, my throat's kind of congested today, so I will not always remember to turn off the mic before I clear my throat or cough and hack. So sorry for that in advance. It's already happened once on stream so far. We only have Sherbet there. Let's switch over. Let's get Ember on camera. Sherbet is less visible in the camera when he's the only one on the tree. I have removed chat from the layout. It previously was. It was previously up above my head, but I have removed it from the layout. It was creating additional complications with getting the stream working. And there's some plans coming up where I don't necessarily want the chat visible. I can see you chatting, though. There's a whole chat feed right over here. That's right. I do mute when I cough. If you ever see me do something like this when I'm not audibly laughing, then there's a good chance that I have hit the button in order to avoid you guys hearing, a few seconds of me hacking next to the mic. I've been having that cough looked into, but the current assertion is just like acid reflux or something like that, or at least damage from long-term acid reflux. Even metal corrodes over time. Yeah, if you're curious, if you if you go watch the VOD, seamless plug, there is, you can hear it at the start. My ball. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after I finished my evening meal in the dining room. Now, his previous assertion was that there is no way a gunshot could have been heard, and that he never met with somebody. We showed that it was possible, and he's now admitted that he did. Maybe I'll have to experiment during a stream so that you guys can hear it. This guy is over here on my right side in his you had better pet me location. Not at maximum you had better pet me. If he's over... if you look down from the down from the camera where Ember currently is another heating pad, and he'll lay on the right on the edge of that heating pad with his whole body contorted over, so that his head and his paws are right near the mouse. And if I stop paying attention to him for even a moment, he'll reach out and grab the mouse. Because he knows that'll get an immediate reaction. Okay. Okay, spacebar. I can use spacebar. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ipansio throw. I don't know. I guess it'd be like Seoe or something like that. Though, he couldn't wait to run after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. We also know that Gregson's time of death could not be determined, because the coroner thought that some action was taken to distort that. They speculated refrigeration. There is no refrigeration within a good distance of his place of where they found his body, but there is refrigeration available on that boat. Word I can't pronounce. A common jujitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What now? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin, point, in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Okay, no, we don't know that he was murdered there, but we know he was assaulted there in a fashion such that it could break that watch, and that the guy is admitting hurling him bodily around the cabin. But no, that doesn't make it a possible place where, death occurred. I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Kazuma has the same kind of whip-crack pointing that Ryunosuke does. And to some extent, at least my guess on it, is that they're indicating there that Ryunosuke adopted the same kind of style in a lot of what he does, even his postures, from Kazuma, since Kazuma kind of mentored him through his first trial. That's because he was merely a tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense so far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. For your misunderstanding. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. You don't have a choice. Both law and game mechanics demand I be able to cross-examine. Yeah, the defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. Gavel. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Press in all the lines.
Hold it!
Some of the others like it a little bit, but Sky is the one that really likes having the tip of his chin scratched. You gotta do it just right. But that's one of the spots. He likes the part of his muzzle just behind his whiskers, his jaw, and the tip of his chin. Other spots are fine, but if he really wants attention, you gotta get those spots. It's all half closed eyes and curly paws right now. To that point, Tess, you're a disgrace to your people. The things you're asserting are kind of, it's making that assertion kind of does sound racist. Why don't you conform to our stereotypes, son? Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. Yes, all of the hallmarks of the classic British police inspector. Trench coat, mustache, bag of chips. I don't even need to show you my badge. This overly oiled bag of fish and chips should be identification enough. Now step aside. You don't often see it on camera. The fur patterning on Sky, it's not quite symmetrical, but right along his upper lip. So his head is mostly that sort of like a charcoal gray almost. But right on his upper lip, there's a line of white fur. He almost has like a little white mustache. The right side of his face, it turns up a lot more. You can generally only see it when he's looking at you. Either a mustache or it looks like he's grinning. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion? That's right. None whatsoever. Mustachio.
Hold it!
Final Fantasy Tactics has a character named, I think, Mustachio. And to me, it always sounded like Mustachio. Which his Final Fantasy XIV incarnation. Hey there. Please don't spread the glitches. That character's Final Fantasy XIV incarnation, I think, would have been made that much more amusing if the giant gun mecha that he was had a big old mustache. Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. No time for introductions. I value my life over manners. Let's take a quick look here. Okay. I couldn't remember who was in the picture. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewmen at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it? I mean, those cabins aren't terribly large. Getting right up close, if the guy was, like, depending on how close he was, that might have been the safer bet. Either getting back out of the room or getting up close. Throw is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. Speedrunning does require you to do things that a game often doesn't want you to do. I mean, I would say most of the character art, outside of the people that are supposed to be funny, the characters are meant to be handsome or pretty in some fashion. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick throw.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Yeah. Gregson's body was definitely in Jigoku's luggage when Jigoku arrived at the hotel. They made a big deal of showing that it was there, and I believe that it's in one of the pictures. Let's verify. Not that one. Yeah. There's his luggage. We saw that Jigoku himself, though it's very cramped, can fit in there, and Gregson is smaller than him for sure. After that point, after this picture, we don't see that luggage again. My thought is Gregson dies in that room. They scrub the scene. They stuff his body in the luggage. I'm sorry, they stuff his body in the luggage, potentially move it to the refrigerator or just carry it to the refrigerator. Then subsequently stuff it in the luggage, bring it back to London, and drop it off at a scene in order to implicate Von Zieks. And I suspect that Jigoku is involved in implicating Von Zieks out of revenge for Von Zieks being the prosecutor that got Genshin Asogi convicted. Theories. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujitsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. Laugh, laugh, laugh. What are you talking about? What now? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin.
Hold it!
There's no evidence to prove the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now. What now? Jigoku went from very congenial to really aggressive suddenly. It is... Unless they're going for a real heavy-handed misdirect, the telegraphing that he killed Gregson is massive. Just massive telegraphing. The inspector was killed on the steamship in France. How on earth could he have gotten back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Then, obviously, the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, that's true. All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. I would like to think that the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. Tricky. So all of their luggage would have been checked on the way out. New assertion. Not sure how that could be circumvented, but I'm sure something will come up. Corpse definitely in luggage. That was one of the aspects, is a red-headed man moved luggage into the scene of the crime. My guess on that is that the wig was not something that Gregson was wearing. It's the wig was being worn by the person who dropped stuff off. Stuff being the corpse. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. Gregson having been killed is also in line in that he was the investigator that pushed to have I think it was Clint, Barrock's brother, to have the body autopsied. And that supposedly provided the critical evidence that got Asogi convicted. There'd be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. By killing Gregson, that is one target down. And then by using Gregson's body to get Von Zeke's executed, that's kind of a twofer. Let's kill that idea then. But perhaps not. Miss Susato? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them. Which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. That's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. For me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord, which means we have a weak spot here. I have no objection. State your amended testimony. Oh, they inspect it, but how thorough is the inspection really going to be? Because there was a pile of clothes in that trunk. There's no possible way I could have transported the body. There's an idea. Think about it, Stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the board. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? That sneer right there. No. So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless of course, they've developed some clever device these days that instantly moves things from A to B. Funny you should say that. Professor Hairbrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. That's his story, and he's sticking to it. I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say, Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? We've already speculated previously that Susato is really good at, while saying something very polite, potentially implying something that is quite sinister. Like when she told her father that she was sure that he had a good reason for potentially being Iris's father, though he wasn't. The The fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really tried to kill, if he was really killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin, the body would have to have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit. That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. So we put down our traditional save. So I think we need to present this. Let's check a couple of other things here.
Objection!
Yep. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Desk thump. Far from being impossible for you to do. Point. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could have done. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. I wonder if they mentioned that before. I don't remember. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Okay, flashback. Apparently we did. All those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a long time. I say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Nice. Nice callback on that. I knew you were jealous. Laugh, laugh, laugh. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku? It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... Great big box of corpse. It's a product line that never really came on, you know. Big box of corpse. I don't think they ever really got their target audience down, you know. It was one of those where they thought they had a really good idea and just ran with it without doing the proper market research. Like, what's our demographic? Who is really enthusiastic about having ready access to a whole box of corpse? Now, it would be obvious, you know, the medical students in this area really do need a big box of corpse, but it seems like he was trying for a more residential market when he put it in that residence. And it just seems like, you know, they missed an opportunity. It's a business that's never going to get off the ground when it could have. Yes, Coroner Gory could have definitely gone for a big box of corpse. Yep. She of the incredibly subtle name, Coroner Gory. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, The body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Gasp. That is a well-tailored suit. Unicorn. Unicorn in the court. I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? Bailiffs, jam that man in the trunk. Scream, sounds of bones breaking. See? Perfect fit. See, actually, if I recall, that's part of at least one of the original tellings of the Cinderella story. I can't remember if it's just in general or if it's one of the stepsisters actually like cuts off her toes in order to try to make the glass slipper fit. So I feel like we should be allowed to do that. It would expedite this whole process. Just snip off the parts that stick out, you know? You know, the modern cutesy retellings of a lot of fairy tales are messed up because of social commentary and the like. But their older versions tended to be really dark in a violent sense. In addition to the horrible psychological damage, you know? But inside his trunk, how horrifying. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Unicorn. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on a large ocean liner. Gasp. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. The SS Grouse is no exception. Grouse is not... I think it's a bird, but it's not an animal name that immediately makes you think, like, elegant and delicious, you know? There's some guttural element to it. Maybe that's just how I like to say it, you know, but it's that grouse. It does seem like there are a lot of animals that, like, even wild animals that are that strange. How have you survived for so long? Like, you watch things like city pigeons, and city pigeons seem dumb, but it's more that they don't care about you. Like, you're no threat to them. Like, you'll see a city pigeon wait till the last possible moment to get out of the way of a car because it knows it can dodge that car. The important thing is that glob of filthy food on the ground. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? Desk thump. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All of the evidence points to you being the killer. Oh, this is a little bit of a different laugh animation there. Well, this is all very heartening. What now? I can see that it was a wise move letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street, when the gunshot was heard, which we've shown could have been something else. As the accused, Barak von Zeke shot the victim at point-blank range, with a gun that doesn't have any signs of the powder blowback that would have that they implied would have been a thing, with a gun that was cold at the time that they encountered it, where no bullet hole was found, where no bullet was found. And keep in mind, he was apparently shot through, you know? Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. They don't have any evidence other than the location of the body either. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning of the reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply. Because the claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Gavel. Unicorn. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Do save. I'm tempted to say the policeman figure, but... Okay, the cause of death. Close range from the front, instant death. So that's the autopsy report. It might be the trunk. There's blood on the trunk. I'm gonna guess it's the trunk.
Take that!
Japanese really are a curious breed. Okay, no, it's not the trunk.
Take that!
Thought being that maybe he brought the key out, but it could have just as easily fallen on the ground. Hmm. Tricky. So we have something that contradicts the fact that he died instantly. We haven't examined the sword yet. Karma, the great blade. Such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. Tip of the great sword, broken. Such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. You can almost hear Karma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. I mean, it'd be less about the swing and more about how tight it was pinched. Because if it was wrenched in that way, it could have snapped. Like if there was a really good grip on the tip there, and it was wedged into a metal trunk, so... They didn't respond to that. What new game is this that you're playing? found the passport in the trunk. This was given to us by Boone.
Take that!
Nope. Maybe it had been rewound or wound up in time, but no, he wouldn't have been able to wind it. We've got something. Not clear, not clear. All right, we're gonna we're gonna examine it again and see if there's some. It transforms it. Stark stain here. Do you think? I think it's blood. We're going to say that, so I presume that means that this was present at the scene when the inspector was killed. The most logical conclusion. I think she's been carrying this around with her. Didn't know any better. I suppose it looks like the grease stain from fish and chips. They didn't update the item. We're gonna try it one more time here. Nope. That whole spiel ends with a penalty. Like there can be people. Let's check how they said it. Prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. Maybe the diagram?
Take that!
Kinda thrashing. Make one more attempt. So the autopsy report is another, since it says that it passed through his body. And since there's no bullet hole, that should be a contradiction.
Take that!
We're trying to disprove that he was killed instantly when he was shot at Fresno Street. It better not be. There is one Ace Attorney trilogy one where the right answer begins immediately just like a wrong answer. Like, the telltales are completely different from normal. Huh. Interesting concept there, that reverse. At least thematically. Not big on strategy RPGs. A lot of them have some baggage. But it's an interesting concept. I don't need any of those gotchas in my life if I can avoid them. Alright. We're going to try the photo, and then I'm going to look it up.
Take that!
Okay, you're going to have to explain this to me, game. Photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed? Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. Okay. The posture implying that he was curled into a ball. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Attention!
Sorry to disappoint you, Judge, but it's your logic that is flawed. What now? According to the autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He felt no pain, much less been able to draw himself into that position. I'm trying to think, would that really be possible from a torso shot? I mean, even through the heart, it would be it would be moments to die. But still, time would still pass. It's not like, the brain was obliterated by the hit. You'd still have, nerves and whatnot going on. Aha. So the implication here is because he was in a posture that would not have that they claim would not have lined up with the way the death was described, or the moment of death was described, that it must have been staged. Begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Oh, the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting desk thump. I mean, I wouldn't even expect a heart shot could have killed Gregson, if for no other reason than all of the, inches of plaque that his arteries would have in them. The man must have had arteries maybe, 2 inches in diameter to account for all of the greasy, fatty buildup from all those perpetually ingested fish and chips. So maybe, I would expect that any sort of bullet wound would have been self-sealing. Stiff upper lip, think of the queen, that kind of thing. The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor. From the inside of a large travel trunk. No. You're quite right. The shape of the body looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Okay, that is a logical leap that I think would have been difficult, but not impossible. That is a reasonable logical leap. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. I mean, the entirety of this entire trial is conjecture. Like, purely conjecture. Present my trunk, I refuse. What now? On what grounds? The Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. Yeah, I mean, like we were just saying, the instantaneous death thing doesn't preclude a change in posture. I mean, the body would have fallen down if nothing else. I still contend that my assertion that there would have been like a bullet hole in the wall, there would have been blood splatter from the exit wound, any number of things to show that death did not take place on Fresno Street. As opposed to making the leap of that the position of the body was not conducive to this supposed instant death. In other words, Judge Jigoku, that's right. We must examine your trunk for any junk that might implicate you in this killing. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... Thump. At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in the trial in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be, you will not withhold information. Point. Nothing is more important than the truth, said the man in the middle of a trial that is completely sequestered from all other witnesses aside from the judiciary and the witnesses brought in. You are saying that nothing is more important than the truth in a totally secret trial. This whole operation is about suppressing the truth. Gasp. Unicorn. Oh, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? Exactly. You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What now? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. Dear God, outrageous. So it was you. Interruption. No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. Do. Understand those words, so we are going to do a quick translation check. Well, thank you. Hopefully we will have luck in this trial and not need to save scum like crazy quite much anymore. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. Yeah, it's just a lot of the times when they change the story in the Ace Attorney games, they change the story in a way that outright admits I totally lied to the court under oath. It's not just a oopsie doo. I made a little whoopsie, just a little omission. Let me correct myself. It's I know I said that I didn't pull the trigger on the gun. It wasn't me that fired the shot. But actually, now that you mention it, I totally I totally fired the gun. My bad. Oops. Oh, well then, you may continue with your testimony then. Please correct that little white lie. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Gasp. That's right, who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. You. Desk thump. Never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Yeah, it's always sad when you see when you see a scenario like, oh, okay, I'm sorry, I perjured myself. Let me try again. Okay, okay. I perjured myself twice, but this time for realsies. Okay. I know that I said it was for realsies this time. But this time, I plead guilty in terms of insanity. Oh, okay, well then we'll just forget all that perjury. You clearly weren't in your right mind when making all that testimony. Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Unicorn. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. I mean, it's really plausible that he was. Both location, opportunity, and that we have evidence of violence on the truck. So I feel like the trial has to swing to Kazuma being accused now. This isn't the dead end it seemed to be. The answer's right. It seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well, the defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Isogi is... We're going to plonk down another save. Plonk. We're going to look at our court record. I mean, this screams that it was possible. And we need a potential killer. If we keep pushing on Jigoku, we don't really have further markers here. So we're going to try Gregson's trunk. Well, it is possible, my lord. What? How could you? You think I want to believe it? But the fact is, I can't say with complete certainty what actually happened, because I wasn't there. You disappoint me, Ryunosuke. I may, Mr. Naruhodo. I think perhaps that's why we form opinions based on evidence. We have evidence. So true. Actually, we have evidence that can settle this argument conclusively. Unicorn. So, I like the story that is being told in this last trial. But as we have seen repeatedly, they are asking us to make leaps that feel nonsensical based on what we're using to make that leap. So, like, presenting that photo, believing that the whole lack of a bullet hole, the fact that it hit the candle, even though Gregson is, a few feet, like a couple of feet shorter than the candle, which firing at point blank range would have required Barak to hold the gun at a bizarre angle. A whole bunch of leaps like that we're being asked to make that feel kind of badly structured. So we're not into Danganronpa 2 territory, where not only are we being asked to make the logical leaps, but the payoff isn't worth it each time. I do not like this sort of choice, though, because the choice is quite literally wrong or right. It is not a give us evidence and then we'll tell you if you've made the right, presented the right thing. It's, would you like to lose HP or not, is what they have actually asked me there. Judge Shigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. What now? Court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? We have to have something that shows he wasn't there. And it better not be something stupid like, it's not a sword wound, it's a bullet wound. I want it to be the trunk again. I agree. I love the stories in this game. I love the whole process of going through it. But sometimes they fail with writing the little puzzle moments. Sometimes they fail hard. It's most painful when it is something that's like, okay, I get where you were coming from, but what you just asked me to use to go there is not good. Okay. This is my thinking here. I really want this trunk to be involved sooner rather than later. Gregson's trunk was at the scene of the death, but was subsequently removed by Gina. But we have no indication of the trunk being used, being transported. Making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke. Sorry? Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. I want to see what this says. They're not playthings to toss around in the courtroom for your entertainment. I do like that they preserve the detail that Kazuma isn't wearing his sword right now. He's wearing the rapier that was part of his outfit, his new outfit, and he started wearing his katana when you gave it back to him. But now that the katana is has been submitted as evidence, he's not wearing it. I'm gonna try the thing that I really don't want it to be.
Take that!
Okay, good. I want to make sure. Okay. This has the sound. I am really concerned that this is going to be another one of the fake out ones where they are concealing the wrong answers sound like right answers right now. The music stops. From a design perspective, they should never do that. Music stopping in the middle of an evidence presentation means you got it right. If that happens every other time in the game, you should not change it, unless you have a very, very, very strong reason to do so. As in, you have to get it wrong. Like, there has to be something about that is narratively you got it wrong, as opposed to you got it wrong, suffer a penalty. All right. Once again, we're chasing down the he couldn't have shot him thing.
Take that!
All right. We're gonna take one more guess, then we'll look it up. There's absolute proof that Asogi wasn't involved. Not the trunk. It's not the sword. It's not the autopsy report. Doesn't really help us. That would be huge speculation if we use that. That would again be something irritating. Don't think the gun is actually relevant here because it would be possible to claim that, like, the gun itself, the gun itself shouldn't be plausible because Asogi could have taken it. He was always working in Barrock's office. And Barrock's gun has been missing for some time. Check here that there isn't some goofy hiding thing. So Kazuma asserts that he wasn't there, is the thing. Jigoku is now asserting that the body was there when he arrived. And Kazuma said he left right after they arrived. Right after they arrived. This just shows us that it's an actual warrant card. Alright, I'm at a loss. Okay. So this is a callback to the fact that he can, yeah, it is the evacuation drill itinerary. So this is a callback to him claiming that he has a signature to prove that he was in a boarding house at the time of the evacuation drill. So he had left by that time, which was when he could have gotten in. Doesn't feel good. So this was the window that it could have happened. A gunshot could have happened. So the assertion is that since he wasn't there, that he was somewhere else during this window, he could not have pulled the trigger. Again, makes sense. What we're supposed to do to get there doesn't feel good.
Take that!
Yeah, given how upset he is about the accusations and similar, and especially since he's kind of life on the line, you'd expect him to be like, I can prove I wasn't there. It's itinerary for the crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? That's it. It's a notice of an evacuation drill, not an itinerary. Judge Shigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, no one could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock as indicated on the itinerary. This doesn't feel as good as... Like, there's one where, like, Miles Edgeworth works with you. Where the current verdict of the trial seems foregone. But if it's found in the right in that direction, you know the guilty party will get away with it. But if it goes in the correct direction and he's found guilty, then Maya Fey's life will be in danger. So Edgeworth works with you, but indirectly, because he can't be seen to be like, they can't show that anything's up. This feels like he's just intentionally letting himself be accused of murder. Like, oh yeah, sure. If he can't figure it out, then I guess I did the murder. Oh. Narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock as indicated on the itinerary. If they had submitted Kazuma's signature in the guest book or the assertion of it as evidence, this would feel better. Because then I could submit the itinerary or the signature, and that would have been a tangible link. I have two pieces that tell me that is the case. But if you didn't remember the signature, just like if you didn't remember him mentioning that he could bypass the check-ins, things that happened like entire chapters ago, for the foreign minister thing, and things that are just like a one-off sentence with no corresponding notation, then you can't make the leap without it being a guess. And that's not good. That's not to say that, I'm brilliant at these games. It's just, I feel like it should always feel like an aha moment if you weren't certain. Like, oh, that definitely makes sense now. But like the fetal position thing, that That didn't feel like an aha. That felt like a, okay, I get where you're going. Or, I'm sorry, I get where you wanted to go kind of thing. I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port in Dunkirk. Ah. Now, clearly the murder could have been committed by somebody who was on board the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings. Like, he could have, like, I have a receipt or something like that from the boarding house, you know? And that could have been submitted into evidence. It would have created another red herring for all the prior questions, and it would give you two different things that would work for this, with either of them now making more sense based on the combination. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. Spent that night at the boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Additionally, when you say it's possible, they could have supplied you with additional information to loop you back around, not just, oh, you're not listening to the evidence. At a real, you need to trust the heart of the cards, Ryunosuke kind of vibe to it. It's like, no, don't make me reach into my spirit in order to find the correct solution. Give me evidence or else you get accused of murder. You have a stake in this. But the power of friendship, Ryunosuke. Arg. Thump. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? Well, he's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for the chance to come back. No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. As I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof that you don't have in court right now. Translating. Well, I wonder. There's supposed to be an app I can install for this. I also don't want to spend money on it. That's right. We got to get a little Naruto in our Phoenix Wright. Believe it. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, desk thump. There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Grr. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. And you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jigoku? It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Oh, there's There's a slow zoom in into rumbling happening. So, are we getting a freak out or a transformation? He was charged and fined for this last time it happened. Oh man. We've got some expressed fighting power being demonstrated here. We just need some transparent flames and kind of like a, wub 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 kind of sound. British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to avoid conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. For that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. As I was already on my way to Britain at the time in Cosmo's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. Exactly. He stopped concealing his power level and destroyed the bench around him. But as is tradition, he's going to be immediately taken out by the next villain that will be revealed in minutes, and then Goku will have to save everyone. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. So, one of the things that he's stating that has come up that is going to be a wrinkle in moments is an assassin that will exercise diplomatic immunity to avoid prosecution. I'm waiting for that token to be slapped down on the table. Well, a different table since he broke this one. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What now? The Reaper? There's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. Ah. So, that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper, whose identity we don't know. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. It was all a trap designed to lead him to France, and his own death. How awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. Adjusting chair. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he had lost consciousness. There was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. If he was choked unconscious, he probably should have had neck bruising, too. Unless he's talking about some sort of headlock kind of sleeper hold thing. which can be lethal, can easily be lethal, but that would have probably been less bruising. I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck and throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. Luckily, there was nobody out there for breakfast service. You concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced that the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. Ah. I decided that man would be a perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. It must have been just after we took this photograph of you at the hotel then. It's only apparent in the heavy black and white, and the fact that they kind of flattened the image, switched over to more of a drawn style with it, even whether that's shading or if it's like an actual drawn image. But Ryunosuke clearly works out, that school uniform is snug. Wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. But they asserted nobody came out. Like, nobody left the building. That's what the witnesses asserted. Let's see if he explains that. Only arrived at the room around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so that the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. Ah. I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. Put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. Okay, he glossed over that part. Like, he made that mistake, but I don't think we found any fish and chips at the scene. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. Exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing to say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough. A lot of E in that. I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Unicorn. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. May I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. Unicorn. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant Barak von Zeeks. I was waiting for this. We still have the entire professor killings thing. They've got to loop back around to this. This whole trial was kind of a parallel. Prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel. Desk thump. The accused innocence hasn't been fully established at all. Therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. Now, his assertion is, if he's the Reaper of the Bailey, he's still responsible for the killing in some way. It is the prosecution's unwavering position. What now? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Barak von Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Isogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. but it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. But that may be true. So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? Gasp. The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barock von Zeeks, being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. But, I mean, interesting. Unicorn. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Council. Are you suggesting that you have new information on which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord von Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard. And they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord von Zeeks, and I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. Will stop at nothing to finish what Lord von Zeeks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Unicorn. Very well, whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I mean, hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Bonus trial. It's the equivalent of the game show host standing up. Lightning round. You get the little light bulbs rotating around the screen, you know? No, I mean, I guess little torches will count too. Boot! I turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord von Zeeks. I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I've endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. Smash! So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord von Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness. in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. What says the defense? His testimony's just going to be, no, I'm not. So he's got some information, he's got to have some new little tidbit that he could have trotted out at any time during the prior, commotion. Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this. I came here today to determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer and as his friend. And that's what we must do. Thump. The defense has no objection, my lord. Barrock slowly turns to him. You what now? Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper in the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. Point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to subject me to being behind the suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. Well, we know there's a connection between him and Gregson. Because of photo. So there's a connection between him and Gregson. Wilson, I'm not as sure of. You deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. My toolkits here is missing. There we go. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Well, in this court, we only accept statements supported by evidence. That's what the judge is going to say right now, right? Right? Inosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? Oh, okay, so he doesn't have to substantiate any of his assertions. He's just going to get the witness on the stand and say, "You did it." Oh, wow. Man, my chat just caught up. Wow. Okay, I missed a lot of chat. Let me go back through here. Yes. Uh, you know, I would love to see that. I do have so DBZ meets courtroom drama. I do have another game that claims like similar DNA to Ace Attorney, but it takes place in a kung fu kind of cultivation world. that whole building up your power through meditation and ritual kind of thing. But that the attorney is not one of those people. He's interacting with those people. So yes, I would like to see, you know, the great Ace Attorney Z. Yeah. Uh, so I'm going back through these. So this is one from Rob here. Uh, yeah, Ace Attorney. So the great Ace Attorney games, the ones that take place in the past, have a little more wiggle for how loosey goosey they go with the rules that they themselves enforce. But the Ace Attorney games are still flooded with. But wait, no, that doesn't. Why is the judge letting that happen? And hello, casemate. Gregson is super dead. Super dead. Uh, he was the victim at the start of this. He has been shot through. And if they're faking his death, they're doing a really good job of it. Okay, I'm all caught up. Like an entire page of my chat had not scrolled. So sorry about that, folks. Oh, it would be. It would be. You could have like Goku in Phoenix's place and like Vegeta in like Edgeworth's place. And instead of like the desk thumps in similar, you could have that like screaming power up. Desire to uncover the truth, even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. Yeah, I mean they blow up planets periodically. I mean, if it was an well, see, no, that could be the thing. It's less like you blew up a planet, like the fact that you wiped out life on an entire, celestial sphere is not really the issue. It's like property damage. Like when you're dealing with the Kais, you're dealing with like universal rulers, so it's like you smashed in their mailbox when you blow up a planet. That's right, the ridiculous car on his tiny little planet. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my clients in the pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Unicorn. I, I mean, when you think about it, Rob, gated community actually works really well. I mean, even your like your traditional Christian representation of heaven, it's literally a gated community. They have a door. They check at the door, like if you're supposed to be a resident now. Hell, on the other hand, or Hiffle if you prefer, uh, is much more accepting of new residents. Enough dilatory chatter. The game is on to us. Counsel for the defense, proceed to the cross-examination of the witness. Ah, yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction, you're convinced, lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Taking the life of another. So you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey. Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. In all reason, that's what they could have. Did you kill him? No. I mean, it'd be possible that you could like live in a perpetual state of elephant ear induced heart attack, though. Like, you can't die twice. You just don't die of it. Which is actually established with the whole concept of eternal torment. You know, it doesn't kill you. I realize that. You're intending to comment on every sentence. This could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though, that one by one defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Very disturbing. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay. I found HOAs to be one of those, like, looming risk scenarios. If everybody plays nice, they're great. You know, it's essentially everybody's chipping in for snow removal, lawn mowing, all that kind of things. You know, maintenance of the community. But all it takes is a handful of, like, really power trippy people to get into power. You know, not like anything else. And things with HOA law get bad. Like, really bad. Things like a lot of HOA regulations allow an HOA board to do things like put a lien on a house and sell it. Like, they just can't. Seize property, all kinds of stuff can happen in those agreements. So if they actually have like bylaws that constrain that sort of thing, then they can be really good. Again, the maintenance of the neighborhood, roads, sidewalks, all that goodness. Um, yeah. Investigate the truth of the Reaper. You say 4 years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago from now. 10 years ago now. Okay. Yeah, this is the inevitability. We have to circle back around to the professor killings. That is Kazuma's whole reason for like his whole drive to get into law and to come over to Great Britain. And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying. I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even? It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his offices at Scotland Yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? When I first learned of the location, he noted only as Grouse and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st, though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. Nub. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate. But why did you go to that specific location? I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock I could catch whoever was involved, red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. A ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma. Think what you will, it doesn't change the truth. There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like. I mean, you'd expect he has an excellent supplier of good fish and chips. Like, as in, the sort of supplier that is being propped up entirely by his business. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. I'm not as much a fan of the chips aspect. I do prefer my fries, but fried fish and fries, that's pretty good stuff. You almost imagine that it wasn't a cone, it's more of like the bottom of it was connected by a tube cleverly concealed by his sleeve. Some sort of, pneumatic tank behind him just constantly sliding more and more fish and chips up into the cone as he inhaled them. always slightly off camera, like below camera, since everything's chest up. There are people scurrying around replacing the tank. Most of Inspector Gregson's money went to what amounts to a craft services stage crew supplying him with fish and chips. Ow. Stretch the arms. Ah. That's right, he was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. Should be unambiguously clear, then, that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the ocean to kill the man. Yep. See, with fish and chips, you have the cone to conceal it in. I suspect with infinite pizza, it wouldn't be an infinite slice so much as infinite slices, because then you could have the person reach down into the box and pull another slice of pizza out of the box over and over and over. Sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it, but something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. So I suspect it's when he says he has no relation to him, that it's either the photo that has him and Gregson and Clint, or the autopsy report of Clint that mentions Gregson and Wilson. I'm gonna guess the autopsy first. Certainly, as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme. As it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence. If you have no evidence that he did it, then the hell, Kazuma? This is flimsier than the whole, he definitely was shot here and shot through the body, but there's no bullet holes anywhere in the room argument. He's pulling the judicial equivalent of nuh-uh. And he's throwing a tantrum. No, he is the Reaper. He's a bad man. Sorry? Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused claim in this testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. I mean, to my understanding, fish and chips it's effectively fried fast food. It's not really meant to be a culinary delight. It's much more that it's greasy, savory, and salty, in a, one would hope, very, very absorbent cone. Well, yes, that's true, but clearly Kazuma intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. This could be dangerous. Convincing testimony by Lord Von Zeeks. Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. That's right. My accusations are infallible. Do you have any evidence? No, but I have lots of accusations. Do you deny the fact that I have made a lot of accusations against you? No, you have made a lot of accusations. Then clearly you're guilty. Your Honor, this is madness. Well, he does make a lot of accusations. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression. I agree, there doesn't appear to be any particular link between them at first glance, but with the inclusion of one other person. Must be overthinking it, surely. Okay, they're explicitly calling out Clint von Zieks. I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far. If he presents accusations with substance, then that would be the case. But right now, he's just saying, you did it, right? And the response is, no, I didn't. The assertion that they're making right now, and we're more criticizing Kazuma's behavior here. The assertion that they're making is what's likely happening is that Kazuma has some information that if they don't call out an inconsistency and get Von Zieks to correct himself, that he'll call out the inconsistency and accuse Von Zieks of perjury and make it easier for him to kind of stomp down on him subsequently. You know, despite the fact that prosecutorial witnesses are always allowed to perjure themselves constantly with no repercussions, this time there will be repercussions. Right? I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record. Could it be that Lord Von Zieks has something to hide after all? But he does. There is an association. Yeah, I think a lot of the problems with this final trial, the various wings of this final trial, are ultimately Kazuma's behavior. Because a lot of the things that they have him asserting or doing as if they're these amazing bits of legal maneuvering are like really sloppy conjecture or assertions without proof. This time it at least feels like by getting him to testify, what he's waiting for us to do is slip up. So it will depend on how Kazuma reacts going forward. But let's assume clean slate here, and maybe the good writers have stepped back in. Okay, we have a couple of things. Clint's autopsy, let's check. Yeah, okay. Wilson, Gregson, Clint Von Zieks. Let's present this.
Objection.
Nope. If it's the other one, then it will be irritating, but the other one is still valid. This one could still be good.
Objection.
No. we play a lot of these like mystery debate games, Rob. So what happened to the good writers is always a thing that can come up at any time. Okay, let me try that again. We didn't get a music stop.
Objection.
Okay, different statement. No music stop. Open world ones, if nothing else, can have even more oddities with people's behavior. Oh, wait a minute. Make sure we save it here, because I might have been in the wrong position. For the second guess.
Objection.
Nope. There is a common thread between them. We have two things that clearly imply that common thread. The autopsy the report, and the picture. Both of these imply that, like, this is Clint and Gregson. Like, Clint, him, and Gregson. So those three knew each other, and the autopsy report should absolutely be a linkage. So do we have anything else that mentions it that could lead into it? Nothing. So when we look at a photo, like if it's an object, we can rotate it to like look for text on the back. But with these magnifying lenses, you can't do anything. It's the picture is what it is. Personally, I've never found anything where the little magnifying lens option helps. It tends to obscure more with the graphic than it does help you by zooming in with the tiny circle. You should have at least given me the big ol' Sherlock Holmes magnifying lens, you know? Okay, I'm just going to make sure that I presented this at the right moment. I presented it at the wrong statement. That was the problem. Okay. An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint von Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see. The defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Yeah. So, the assertion at this stage in the trial is that Kazuma is going to try to let us dig our own grave. In the prior ones, his entire thing was, I'm making baseless conjecture. Well, poorly supported conjecture. And the judge is taking it as, like, strong evidence-based testimony. But this time they're doing the, aha, I knew you would say that kind of thing. Which isn't necessarily great writing, but it's better. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again, the professor. I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that, at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victims' souls. For a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint von Zeeks, it was unthinkable. They do the Phoenix Wright death slap. The thing that I like that they added is that there are times when Naruhodo does the death slap, but either he's too surprised or uncertain to do it fully right, so he'll bring his hands down, and instead of a loud thump, it's just like a soft slap, and he looks down at the desk like, wait, where was the thump? Someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. So one possibility is that he's going to assert that von Zeeks resented the actions of Gregson and Wilson, and that's why those two were killed. That's why he set up the exchange. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. It was Dr. Wilson that signed the autopsy, but it was Professor Miko Toba, then just Miko Toba, who did the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord von Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. Nice little marker is that little badge is the one that Clint wears in the pictures in his painting and the like. So that is him clutching a memento. Nice little details. The 3D animations that they do for the Ace Attorney ones really help deliver that kind of thing. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What now? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? Desk thump. By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Let's see. It's just about... It's going on 7 p.m. over here. So we'll still be going for a little bit. For no other reason than I need to keep making ground on this trial that just won't end. Like, I want to know the conclusion of the story, but oof. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. Again, it's if Kazuma has something here to work with soon, like he presents something that uh, put pivots the momentum back against the defense, then we're good. But if it continues down this road of just, "Nuh-uh, you did it," then it starts to feel very flimsy. Why isn't the judge stepping in and saying, "Do you have anything to base this on, prosecution?" To forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, smash. He who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know that won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. Okay, come on, evidence. As it happens, I have evidence. Well, have a good night there. Thanks for joining us. Get some sleep. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Sashiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What now? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. This is still one of the things that bothered me in the previous segment is we demonstrated that there was like severe damage to Gregson's trunk and that it had the snapped off tip of Kazuma's sword in it. And we couldn't represent that when they were saying like, oh, Kazuma couldn't have done it. He was definitely, even if he wasn't there, he drew his sword on Gregson. Like, there's blood on the trunk, and Kazuma's sword tip broken off in the metal trunk. And the character is asserting he must have really taken a hard swing to do that. It appears... it appears that there's a tangible linkage. So you're the Asogi's young lad there. And what, you're gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? It will very much depend on on the answers you give to my questions. So let's see here. Kazuma is outright, again, without evidence, asserting that he held an inspector of Scotland Yard at sword point, demanding information from him. And then we have evidence that he then attacked him. Like, you're not getting out of this trial unscathed right at this point, Kazuma. Want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. Well, hello, Sherbet. Buddy. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. Exactly, casemate. We still need more twists, more turnabouts, if you would. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. You can't see it, but he's all bleary-eyed here. It's sleepy kitty bath time, it would appear. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak. Not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right, even then. It's not even hearsay. It's just his assertions. His assertions include, not only did I hold the Scotland Yard officer at sword point, I attacked him. But he totally said the things that I wanted him to say. Definitely not under duress. That's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Cosima. If the results of Clint von Zeke's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. They can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in the way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak von Zeeks. Do you have evidence? I fear that the answer is going to be no. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. Ah. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that man who stands accused in the courtroom today. Is the judge going to entertain this as a serious thing?
Objection!
Azuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears, his shameful admission. Ah, okay. The words of a foreign rookie prosecutor. Ironclad. Sorry, a foreign rookie prosecutor with a grudge against the accused, a motive for deception, and a means for deception, and a self-admitted lack of scruples as far as obtaining information in the first place. Totally above board. Believe that man. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. He didn't go to Japan. We have evidence of messages being passed back and forth between Jigoku and somebody in the UK. What? Lord von Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. Lord Von Zeeks isn't the one behind all this. And yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is, too. Is it going to be obviously evil Von Demagogue? The man who literally has a throne and a clock tower? Could he possibly be the villain? Let's find out. You just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... It was Sandwich.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results. Dramatic point is the Lord Chief Justice himself. Lord Mael Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? It's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Von Zeeks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Von Zeeks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. It is exactly. Now, if Barak actually turned out to be the villain, it would also not be a shock at all. Because the man can't vampire count any harder if he tried. But, Mael Strongheart, like, mastermind villains equally as hard. Like I've said before, his standard, like, dramatic posture is the sort of posture you can really only take when you say something like, "Behold, my army of cyborg attack bears." We know Sholmes is implicated in this somehow. Sholmes and Mikotoba did work on the professor case directly. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. Spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now, thump. I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart. Everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Boot! The court awaits your response. Oh. So we've seen this from head-on pose. We've also seen it from a 3/4 pose. I want them to do like a full like pan around kind of pose. You know, the sort where you normally have like a flash of light and a sharp change of angle each time. I want to see that. Because This man is flexible. Because those tend not to be pants that are really good for stretching in. Those are, like, again, not stretchy shoes. And that was a full-on axe kick. Can you imagine a fully remastered Phoenix Wright series? Not just the upscaled characters art. Like, full 3D remaster of it. All of it. You could get some amazing stuff. And I mean, who made that game? One moment. Casemate, one of Barrock's... So Barrock has a couple of expressions of distaste or anger. Most of them involve him breaking bottles or glasses of wine. But one of them is where he does a full axe kick with his boot onto the desk. Oh, that would be another great one, Rob. A JoJo's Bizarre Investigations game. JoJo Ace Attorney. Because the Ace Attorney games already established like the hyper exaggerated poses and behavior, and then you just dial it up to 11. That'd be amazing. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Doesn't warrant a response. What now? A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. That's true, that's true. It'd make for a good mini-game. You know, like Tass mentioned, like some sort of QTE to dodge whip cracks from Von Karma. Some sort of, almost like a Fruit Ninja style thing with coffee cups. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint von Zeke's autopsy? It's utterly untrue.
Objection.
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted it. Hearsay. Testimony obtained under duress. And where is your evidence? Thank you. I mean, he's doing it out of, like... He's doing it for his own purposes. But it is nice that he actually remembers that that's a thing now. What? Well, you've let me get away with so much up to this point. Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Oh. Yeah. No, what is it, the Greek term for sister? You know, Mia Fey X kind of thing. Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? Yes, because we know who actually did the autopsy. So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. There's really nothing else we can do now. Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint von Zeke's autopsy. There is someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way from Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart, but there's still one ray of hope. Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. Come on, Kazuma. I've only prepared one more numbered thumbnail for this game. Work with me here. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint von Zeeks is... that guy! Heaven help us, another Japanese... An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yujin Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku in Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. Don't drag me into this. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Miko Toba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Miko Toba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. Unicorn. The defense's demand is denied. What now? But Professor Miko Toba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. Now, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Oof. Hey there, Levi. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
We all know what will happen. It'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Yes. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. His power level is lower than Seishiro's. He didn't manage to break the desk. Unicorn. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be... Oh! Mr. Sholmes! There's no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. I mean, so let's keep in mind that pretty much the nobility and the judiciary are in the gallery right now. And it is very, very, very obvious that Strongheart is trying to railroad this to a close. It's going well, Okami. I can't remember how many sessions we're into the final trial, and it's showing no sign of slowing down. Did your second spooky game actually manage to run? Or did it bake that poor potato? Lord Mail Strongheart. It's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? It was definitely straining your system to its limit. It reminded me of when my GPU was going berserk playing Monster Hunter. Yeah, we are at the... Yeah, Gumi, this is the full heroic music in this one. The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It seemed that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why would you have been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Ooh. Shom's going for the lower back. Unicorn in the court. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you, and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! Oh. His behavior right now, I think, is like the definition of sus. Like, he could try to play other cards than what he's doing right now. He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Yes. There a single person here present? Well, that one went by fast. What's... The trial should go on. Summon the witness. Right, we need to clear this up before the young Japanese fellow. Yes. It feels like that wasn't his wisest move, you know? Lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. That is the kind of toast that is accompanied by a middle finger with the second hand. They are chanting testify. Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Yeah, Okami, Tass has been working on a tabletop RPG system and helping him and kind of proof stuff in the like. Looking really good. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me here today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. We'll have a short witness while we a short recess while we subpoena the witness. I, for reasons completely unrelated, will be down by the train station, or perhaps the pier. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? Dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Flip. Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you? Yeah. I mean, the whole prior part of the trial would likely fall apart without the judge just kind of nodding along to nothing but conjecture. You know, a slam dunk defense win at that point. But yeah, the accusations against Mail, if in his capacity as judge, he still gets found guilty. I don't know if that says a lot about his convictions or his competence or both. Absolutely. Still in my pocket. A little transceiver rabbit that if you yank on its ears, a corresponding transceiver mouse will grab hold of Sholmes' earlobes and just haul on it. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at the dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. When they first used that little transceiver, they just hauled off and yanked those ears as hard as they could. And the mouse seems to pull in proportion to the pull on the ears. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. I mean, on the topic of jump scares, Okami, we got to find a game that your computer will run so that we can subject you to a jump scare game that you can't just leave my stream to avoid. exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? I mean, FNAF would be a good one for jump scares. Like, I consider it closet stealth. I think some good ones to try, personally, would be the observation duty games. Like, those are nice, lightweight, and have some really good jump scares without being obnoxious. I would suggest 1 and then skip to 4. 4, 5, and 6. Just ignore 2 and 3. 2 because you don't want to get your channel bonked, and 3 because 3's not as good. They try to do a first-person thing in 3, and it doesn't do as well. Yeah, if you end up liking camera games and you want something really engaging in a different way, not for broadcast, is great. How deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. Let's find out. Abyss dive, go! Ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Wow. Drama. Okay, the last chapter was called Final Game. I don't think that word means what you think it means. Well, we're definitely going to have more of that, Okami. After our collab on Friday, it's going to be Jump Scare Mansion on Saturday and Night Security on Sunday. Then Mortuary Assistant on Tuesday. And then we are going to be revisiting that paranormal investigations one. Yep, we're going to do Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion on Saturday. Okay, it's trial part 3. I will give them that. It's a trial it's a sub-chapter crossing there. Anybody else notice how Coroner Gory was just staring him in the face? Like, he's not making eye contact with her, but she's really trying to make eye contact with him. Look at that. She's either fascinated with this man or she's trying to bore a hole through his neck with her eyes. I'm kind of anticipating some sort of hero worship going on here. That's fair, Stare. She could just be really fascinated with the way that his tendons look. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama? It makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber, too. Poor man, the idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Syed that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. I wonder if he learned of the plot to help Genshin Asogi escape and killed him when he got out of the grave. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Oh, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. Unicorn. Yeah. Oh. Was kind of waiting for that to happen. There we go. Took it a while to fail that time. I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Well, she's got her gas mask on and she's still staring death at him. It's been a while, Lord Strongheart. Prosecution understands you were a visiting student of forensic medicine in London until 10 years ago. No, I'll have to see if I can set it so my eyes won't blink in the power down emote. That's right, I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks? I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. This autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings when we were done. He read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. There she is. There's the gory we know. Oh, but if I have to sit over here, I can't see all the guts and the jiggly bits. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. Gory is just a walking red flag. Like, it's, I believe, her first interaction with us. Like the first time we encounter her. She asks, I think she asked her mother. No, she comments on the fact that she's never seen the insides of a Japanese person before. And that she's very interested. And has to be reminded that he's not dead yet, so she can't. Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Von Zeke's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. She seems like the kind of person that if you were to spend the night at her place of residence, you'd wake up in one of those urban legends with like stitchwork telling you that some of your organs were missing. But that stitchwork would be all over the place. But he was absolutely convinced, yep. So Lord Strongart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. Now, Sherbet is tanked out. What? So, in the anime Soul Reaper, I can't remember which character it was. There was a Frankenstein-looking guy. And his primary interaction with one of the other characters, apparently when they were, like, sharing a dorm room, was that he would, like, cut off and reattach pieces of the guy while he was asleep. And one of the lines was something like he turned one of his toes backwards or something like that. Like, he flipped it upside down. Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. That was Soul Eater. That was it. That was the anime's title. Soul Eater had one of the anime opening tracks. Like, the first anime opening track of that series is one of my favorites. It's called Resonance. It's a concept in the anime, but the track is Resonance, I think. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Unicorn. Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Yeah, that's the guy, Rob. There were a lot of questionable allies in that series. Ones that, without having to play the power of friendship conversion, were still people that were, like, even if they were on your side, you would still be scared of them kind of characters. Like, it's great to have you on our side. Love your contributions. Just stay over on that side of the room. Remember that. my own observations, I couldn't say if there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying the assailant. No indication, nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Miko Toba, are you certain of that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in my testimony. Arg. Okay. Okay, I know that you're asserting that their accusations were baseless and that you could assume that this is... so this is all a silly joke. I knew all of this was just, a wild accusation. Ha ha ha. But, I don't think there's anybody in the gallery that's looking at his reaction to this as like, yeah, this guy is definitely innocent now. We should let him stay in power. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claimed the inspector confessed just before his death. But that was the fabrication. Oh, he freely acknowledged it. At sword point. You missed an important part of that sentence. I swear he did. At sword point. Again, I feel like you need to include that part for accuracy. It's kind of relevant. I mean, the only way that he, I feel like the only way he could have escalated that laugh result there was if he had stood up fully, both hands in the air, head tilted back exultantly, and started the laugh with, "You fools." I think that's the only way he could have escalated that. Hey, wow, he's actually calling it out, freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. I will give this game a lot of credit in that regard. They call out some of the nonsense. Not all of it. Like, there's a substantial part that they just walk right on by, but every now and then they call out that sort of nonsense. Court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint von Zeke's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. Bonus, she's still holding the cleaver and scalpel. Sorry, cleaver and giant scalpel. That's like table knife size there. If I may, my lord. It's still shaped like a scalpel, though. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon? Say what now? Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. One of the prior cases revealed a bloody, like a big bloody dog collar that Sholmes proceeded to snatch and run off with. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint von Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword, and they found him too late. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realm of supposition or speculation. All right, Gumi, thanks for joining us. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. The what now? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Inosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. And every time he tries to pull this kind of thing, the crowd is going to turn against him more. Mutter, mutter, mutter. Unicorn. Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. So I don't know if this is going to end up being like at least one of the early Phoenix Wright games had a, if you press the wrong thing, you take a penalty. I do know that one of the ones with Manfred von Karma, he interrupts you pretty quickly. Hello, Sad. So we are going to be cautious of that. Drop a save.
Hold it!
That's all the things. You couldn't say. No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say that there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, according to what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. Glare. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Quite, yes. So could you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact.
Hold it!
In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct. And yet Lord von Zeeks was stabbed. Ah, do you mean to say you think Lord Clint von Zeeks may not, in fact, have been one of the professor's victims? Unicorn. There's no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asogi confessed to all his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept the dog. A true hound of hell. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all.
Hold it!
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were on the stand, but I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. It's her favorite bedtime story. She just can't get to sleep until she hears about the part about the rib separator. Her mom does all the sound effects. It really makes the difference in a children's story. You've got to really have somebody that can get in character for the people. It's more engaging. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable. Switch the camera. Sherbet has finally decided to move about. So here's an ember loaf. Believable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it?
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitimus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not, it was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man then and there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? Oof. Oh, man. They found that in his stomach. I suppose he had a glass of water with him immediately upon yanking that off the guy's finger? Because that didn't slide down his throat gracefully. I call shenanigans on the no other internal injuries part. That thing is jaggedy. What was the Simpsons thing? Every box of Crustios contains one jagged metal Crustio prize. There it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. Yeah, she is, she's staring daggers at Mikotoba for being there when her mother isn't, and chiming in since she has a, apparently, encyclopedic knowledge of the case because her mother kept telling her that story over and over, apparently. It was found in the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. My, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Unicorn. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. Look at that thing. It's all angles and points. Even wearing that, I think, would kind of hurt. Exactly, Rob. Not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting an equally fat gemstone in the middle of the ring. If you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow. My finger's bleeding. The claws are really sharp. It's very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. It would make such a dangerous ring. Couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better. Some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. I mean, it is. Look at that. Just, ouch. That was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest? Correct. Even further investigations by Scotland Yard after, the man admitted to his crimes. It's a lie. My father was no killer. Barak von Zeeks, it was you! You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. Quiet, you. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it? Poor father, he looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh, I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. Wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, and remove any trace of doubt. We could establish that Cosmo's claim of fabricated evidence was true. Can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. Wound. No other signs of internal injury. Save. I'm trying to remember what show it was from. I think it was from an anime. Where... Oh, okay. Perhaps showing my age again. It was from one of the original releases in the US of Cardcaptor Sakura, where Kiroberos is playing what is clearly like Dragon Quest or something like that. And it is a Groundhog's Day style time loop scenario. So each day he's aware that like he keeps coming back to it. It's like, but I lost all my progress when he returns to the game. And so at the end, like at the end of the first couple PlayStations, he's like, save. Present the Jaggedy Metal Ring.
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that deal about the autopsy, that detail. What are you saying, that Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi? And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. It's like wearing a bundle of razor blades, this thing. To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. If he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this. Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage in the throat and esophagus, or in mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. Unicorn. Disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. If you remove scientific from it, then, maybe you're right, but I don't remember what the fallacy is called, but it's holding up expertise as a fail-proof argument. But the guy's an expert. He would not lie, fail to answer correctly, whatever. Yeah, that sounds about right there. Appeal to authority. Couldn't even remember the word appeal. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects, using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. Give it to me for my birthday. I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon? But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. I think you've offended her, Strongheart. Even if that doesn't mean she's going to turn on your case, it may mean that you want to be very clear that you've locked your doors at night. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? One I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? "10 years ago, on a foggy night, Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden..." Don't make a peep, you're coming with us. Yeah. Um, I saw a little news program that mentioned kind of the inverse of that. That a woman died under questionable circumstances, and it turned out that she had an unusually high amount of a particular medication in her bloodstream. That she wasn't prescribed that medication. That her husband had researched that information, including using like searches that implied he was determining the weight ratio for the lethal dose, and that her husband was a poison expert. Like, that was his field of research and practice. It's like, oh, Steve's mysteriously died. I wonder how his wife, who is a, you know, a forensic investigator and blood splatter expert and coroner, who was recently fighting with him about something about a divorce, is taking his mysterious disappearance. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Bang. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Ah, are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
To what now? You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. Point. You set the whole thing up so that you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him... Kazuma, sit down and shut up. The adults are talking. Open your eyes. Inosuke, you must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent that I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Twist the knife, Ryunosuke. Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What now? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court case hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Von Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. The actions of a man, strike all of that. The action of a man who, strike that next part, is resigned to his fate. It's the actions of a man who realizes, he has no hope of getting out of this. But then, oh my, that is very strange. Why would an innocent man plead guilty? Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then. That would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. That's not what it means at all. Obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. If that autopsy was all above board, there will be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Thank you, Rinosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole... I beg your pardon? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence. Silence that would have led to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show that there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Would it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? We can finally use these. Hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path.
Take that!
That does seem the most plausible path there, Tess. This is the defendant's answer to that question. Nope, but it's not. Let's try the sword.
Take that!
No? Okay. So it's not that essentially his will. I mean, his will that very clearly says that he requests that it be sent along, and that he accepts his fate. But not that he's like, I'm sorry I did it, you know? Yeah, we're looking for why he would have, why he wouldn't have contested the charges against him, or at least why he would have kept silent. The frame is of Tobias, of this guy, of this is Daily Vigil's wife. This is the photograph from the room where Gregson was found dead. She is the wife of this guy, and her photo being present there is an indication that it was his room. She is unaffiliated with Zeke's or any of them. Who could have been in danger? Okay, let's try the photo that shows Clint.
Take that!
Nope. We can't use people as an answer. Any other aspect of this we can look at? Nope. Now is not the time to pull on the rabbit's ear. Okay, let's see. Miko Toba wrote the autopsy report. Maybe that would implicate him?
Take that!
Alright. What is it? Okay. So it may ultimately come back around to this. So let me show you what we're supposed to use. the dismissal notice. So this is about the husband of the person in that picture. This is the one that he's being disciplined because he helped conceal the faked death of Genshin. So my guess is Genshin knew that somebody was going to try to get him out of trouble. That somebody was going to try to fake his death.
Take that!
So this is reasonable. It's a callback. Let's see how they play it, though. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in a conviction, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I've here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. Okay. So he stayed silent because he had to plan to escape from death row, essentially. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Ooh, even more so, accept the conviction, and we'll get you out. It's another way to spin it. So with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Interesting. Okay. This one's a good callback, I think. If we had gone through and read every other piece of evidence to try to refresh our memory, that might have been one that we could look at and say, oh, okay, we can try this. First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy? Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah. Governor Kaiden? And the poor chief warder of the prison? Won't allow this trial to turn into a farce? To summon the governor of the prison after all these years? Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. Huh? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times. Rattle-pated. But I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier. I wired both, asking Governor Kaiden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey is a matter of extreme urgency. Okay, no, he's referring to Sholmes. Yeah, Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment? Oh, the puppet strings this man is holding over this whole proceeding. Lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Unicorn. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. A weaselly way to say that. I'd really like you guys to stop digging into this, so the sooner we're done with this whole process, the better. It's nothing to do with my culpability in it, you understand. Just if we could stop looking into it any further, that'd be ideal. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Harry Kiden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. Your other persona, if you don't mind. For those that don't recall, he was the grubby guy in overly baggy clothes with a gigantically, bloated looking lower lip, who referred to himself as Gossip, a peddler of, made up on the spot rumors, he created gossip kind of thing. Beg your pardon, of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. The professor? We've been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Ah, well, except for the escaping part, there was nothing untoward about the escape. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity would never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Kiden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. No statute of limitations in this courtroom, sir. It turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Kiden. Huh? Ah, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. Wow. That's loaded as all get out, isn't it? That's threats top to bottom. Oh man, you have a very important position in the government. It would be a shame to lose it. That was a you have a very nice house, shame if it burned down kind of speech. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. Said the man who just overtly threatened the witness. No disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court how to, and explain exactly what took place. Unicorn. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Okay. Okay, I think, folks, that we're going to wrap up here for the night. Clearly, there's going to be another stream. Let's get this ball rolling here. So yeah, it is the trial that never ends. Sadly, they're continuing to have a couple of those moments that are real stretches. Like we've got some classic Phoenix Wright stretches going on here. They're not uncommon. The game is still fun overall. But it reinforces what has been true about every Phoenix Wright game, and that's save all the time and have a wiki on hand. Because it is really prone to sometimes making you make a really silly leap or do something that seems the opposite of what is apparent. But yeah, what do you folks think? Thoughts on the game? Yeah. Like I said, it's not... We're not talking like Danganronpa 2 levels. Like, the leaps aren't... Like, it's not requiring us to do really silly things. Like, mechanically and, like, protracted oddities. And the payoff is better. But, yeah. There's also a lot of clues that are... Like, they're definitely there, but they're far removed. Yeah. So it's still good. We're still going to see the end of this. I don't feel like we're pushing ourselves or anything like that yet. I genuinely want to see how this whole thing wraps up. So we will be seeing more of this one. We will be seeing more of this one. Yeah. It's that, yeah. That's a reasonable way of thinking about it. The overall narrative is good. The mechanics in this last trial, like the gameplay flow of it, has not been great, but it hasn't been to the level where it's like there hasn't been one where I look at it and say that's bad. It's all of them have been at least to the level of I get what you're going for, but kind of thing. Like the body in the fetal position thing. There are a lot of... There was a combination of you had to make a bit of a leap, and you also had to express a particular amount of ignorance about how the body would behave, you know? Essentially, it's impossible that the body could have ended up like that because he was killed instantly. No. No, that's not the case. Those kind of things. But I think the mystery is still fun, to the point where I want to see how it goes, and given the rest of the Phoenix Wright games, I'm not expecting one of the characters to go Super Saiyan and for us to have 3 levels of Inception that is meaningless to the story revealed. So that's, I mean, we're already well above our low limit. Okay, folks. Like I mentioned, tomorrow is going to be another Monster Hunter World collab with Okami Sky. Then on Saturday, we're going to be playing Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion, followed by another Chilla's Art game, Night Security, on Sunday. There's not going to be any plan for Monday, and the rest of the week will still have to be planned out. But on Tuesday, we're going to have Mortuary Assistant. I expect there will still be some spooky games kept liberally in the schedule. I'm actually really enjoying adding that in there, if for no other reason than having the cognitive dissonance of something cartoony like Phoenix Wright paired with something like morbid and jump scary, you know? Okay, if you liked what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like and subscribe below so YouTube knows what you want. If you'd like to engage more with the community, such as through the Discord to suggest games or just see pet photos, you can find a link to that in the link tree that is linked in the description. It will also lead you to things like my Patreon in Coffee. So let's wrap up with a raid here. Closed all of the windows that I should have kept open, so let's use this one. Pushing the buttons, doing the things. Who is streaming? Who is streaming? This way, actually. So, bear with me. This is... I do wish they had a quick button for redirect. That'd be great. That'd be great. Somebody on my list streaming. Doesn't look like it, so we're just gonna wrap up for the night. Okay. Again, hope you have a good evening, folks, and I'll see you next time.